I would like to call to order the Business Management Committee meeting of MARTA for Thursday, July 24th. The first item on the agenda is approval of the June 26th, 2025 Business Management Committee meeting minutes. I will entertain a motion and a second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any corrections? Then let's vote, please. Beth, did you mean to abstain?
I wasn't present for the meeting.
Okay. I'm waiting for my screen to say the motion passes, but it clearly is going to pass. So the minutes are approved. The next item on the agenda, David Emery is going to come forward and present a resolution authorizing the award of a contract for MARTA on-the-go mobile application, RFP P50565. David, good morning.
Thank you, and good morning, Vice Chair Durrett, Ms. Allen, Mr. Hurley, members of the Business Management Committee. I'm David Emery, Senior Director of Customer Technology, and I will be speaking to item 2 on the agenda, which is the resolution authorizing the award of a contract for the replacement of the MARTA on-the-go mobile application RFP P50565. So in this presentation, I will be speaking to the background and context for this project and for this request, the timeline and how we've gotten to this point, our recommended vendor and our rationale for selecting that vendor, the budget and financial considerations, and finally the board resolution request. Here we go. So a little bit of background. This mobile app really fits into a larger portfolio of products as we see it concerning our customer-facing technology and digital products. We'll be focusing on the mobile app today, but we also have our it's MARTA.com website replacement. That contract was awarded in January, and we're now about 6 months in, making good progress on the design for that project and anticipate the launch of the first phase, which is the rider tools, trip planning and real-time information and so on, in the spring of next year. We also have our enhanced digital signage, the TRIPS initiative we call it. That award, what says pending, actually it was awarded by the board last week. So that project is moving forward, and that will kind of augment and enhance the existing signage in the stations. We also have several efforts underway with our expansion projects like the Rapid A line, the CQ400 rail cars. So this all fits together into a single kind of coordinated portfolio. It's all informed by a kind of user-focused design effort that we're undertaking called the Passenger Information Needs Assessment. That's complete, and we now have products from that are informing all of these development efforts, and we're really going for just a unified user experience across all of these platforms, including the mobile app. To talk a little bit more about the mobile app itself, what we are planning here is a single app that will combine all of the existing and anticipated mobile functions into a single unified experience. So just to recap, right now we have our existing MARTA on the Go app. That is where riders go for schedules, real-time information. It has some limitations currently. It was, I believe, developed I think in 2012, 2013. Hasn't really been substantially updated since then, so it's really not up to current standards and expectations from our customers. It doesn't include certain functions like trip planning, so we want to modernize that and incorporate that into this new app. We also have our Breeze mobile payment app. We have a instant reporting, the See and Say app. Those are separate applications right now. Those will be combined into a single unified experience. And then later this year, we'll be launching the MARTA Reach on-demand service as part of the Next Gen Bus initiative, and that will include an app-based experience for booking and tracking these on-demand trips. So that's a fourth piece that will be part of the combined app. So when all is said and done, there will be a single app that provides all of these functions in a single unified experience, and we really want it to be seamless for our customers. customer. If they're planning a trip, let's say, and one of the legs of the trip is an on-demand leg, they'll be able to seamlessly go in and book that trip via the on-demand provider. If they want to pay the fare from the app, they'd be able to do that seamlessly. If there's something they see along the way they want to report, they can do that. So really trying to address all of the needs of the customer in one place. And we also believe this aligns with MARTA's strategic priorities, particularly our focus on safe, clean, and reliable transportation. I think we'll have improved reliability through better information for our customers and more timely up-to-date information, and also improved cleanliness and safety through the enhanced reporting and alerting features in the new app. This slide has the timeline that's gotten us to this point. We did go through an RFP for this. That RFP was issued in November of last year. We received 18 responsive proposals, so there was very strong vendor interest in this RFP. We received those in March. The selection committee, which I chaired, eventually narrowed that down to 5 shortlisted proponents in April. We held oral presentations in May, and in June, the selection committee made the recommendation to enter into negotiations with the selected vendor, which is the team led by Reflections Data LLC, and we are now coming to the board to request authorization to award the contract. A little bit more about the selected vendor and our rationale for making the selection. This is a team led by a company, Reflections Data LLC. They are a New York-based design and development agency. They have extensive experience in the transit industry. They've worked for MTA in New York City, WMATA in Washington, the T in Boston, Port Authority in New York, MTC in San Francisco, doing a lot of very relevant work in terms of mobile development, fare payment integration. They are also currently engaged by MARTA. So if the name is familiar, this is the same company that is leading the ongoing work on the website replacement project. And I will note that this was the highest rated proposal just based on technical merits, even putting aside the website work. But we do think there is some natural overlap between the website project and this mobile app project, and we think there'll be some real benefit from having the same vendor leading both of those initiatives in parallel. The team is a little bit different in terms of subcontractors. They are bringing in some new subs for this proposal. HubSpire is a specialty software development company focusing on mobile app development, and they have done work in the transit space. They're also a DVE firm. Saks Insights, they are part of the website project as well. They're a specialty user research firm. They're also a DVE. And then eLerts will be providing the instant reporting or C&SAY platform, and they have extensive experience in that space. Their specialty is reporting apps for transit agencies, so they have quite a bit of expertise in deploying those products. And we feel that overall this proposal very much understood what we were asking for with with this app. They propose a very robust design and implementation process, and we feel that this is a good alignment with what we are looking to achieve with this mobile app project. And this proposal has committed to meet the assigned DBE goal for this project, which is 20% through the 2 DBE subcontractors that we mentioned. The budget and financial considerations for this proposal is as follows. We are proposing a 5-year contract starting in the current fiscal year, FY26, and we really are hoping to hit the ground running with this project. Having the vendor already working with MARTA on the website project, we think will help expedite the kind of kickoff and startup process. And as you can see, we have quite a bit of work planned for FY26. You can see how the work breaks down in the 5 years of the contract. But FY26 is where the bulk of the design and development work would be done. We do anticipate rolling out the app in phases. So the first phase actually will be the C&SAY reporting app. We have an existing contract with another vendor that provides the C&SAY app that expires at the end of this calendar year. And our intention is to get a new C&SAY piece stood up by the end of this year so that we can seamlessly transition from the current platform to this new platform. And then going forward, there will be a phase that includes the rider information and trip planning pieces. And then the third phase would be the major integrations with Breeze and with the Reach on-demand service. And it will be a single app. They won't have to, if the customers will not have to download a new app when we do these phases. It will be an app that starts out as CNSA and then expands to include these other phases over time. And you can see that some of that additional work is done in FY27, FY28 in terms of those integrations. And then in the later years of the contract, we transition more into a maintenance and support and hosting role. Though I will note it's in FY28, but that enhancements allowance can actually be spent at any time over the life of the contract, and that's in there specifically if there are new enhancements that we want to implement after the initial development, and we do expect that the technology will change and there will be things we want to add to the app going forward. We have a provision in there that anticipates those needs as they may arise. So the total proposed amount is $6,344,652. And that will be funded by local capital and local operating funds. And with that, the Office of Customer Technology respectfully requests approval by the MARTA Business Management Committee of the resolution authorizing the GMCO or her delegate to enter into a contract for the replacement of the MARTA on-the-go mobile application RFP P50565 with Reflections Data LLC in the amount of $6,644,652. And with that, Mr. Durrett, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, David. Motion and a second to put this before the committee. Properly moved and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Ide.
Yes. Can you just walk through again what the anticipated rollout is of the different features over, it looks like probably the first 2 or 3 years?
Yes, I certainly can. So I'll go back to the slide that has schedule and budget. So again, the first piece that we want to focus on is that CNSA reporting, simply because we have an existing product that we're looking to replace. So that would be by December of this year of 2025. For the next pieces, again, the second phase will be rider information and trip planning and real-time tracking, anything about sort of where is my vehicle, just service information that people might be interested in as they're planning a trip or taking a trip. The proposal indicated 1 year from NTP, or notice to proceed, to have that piece delivered. So if we have a notice to proceed in August, let's say, we'd be looking at August of next year. Now I know that's after World Cup. Once we have the vendor engaged, we may see if there's any way to advance any of those pieces so that we can have some of the rider tools in place earlier. But the proposal that we're recommending had 1 year for development of that piece from the start of the project. And then the third phase will be again the integrations with the major kind of external components, still internal to MARTA, but external to this app, which is the Breeze, the new Breeze system, AFC 2.0, and this new on-demand service. And I think we're anticipating probably early calendar year 27 for that piece. So it'll be about a 1.5 to 2 year total development period from when we award this contract.
Okay, and after the first 5 years, I imagine there will be a maintenance and support fee ongoing, or?
I think that's a decision we'll make, is how we want to continue beyond the 5 years. But yeah, I think we will have that option, and we will own this app. This is not a existing app that's being licensed. This is being built custom for MARTA. So we would potentially be able to maintain it in-house if we wanted, or engage with the vendor to keep it going.
Okay,
beyond
thanks.
that point.
Frida.
Ms. Ide asked most of my questions. My only other question is on the CNSA, which is the first one, has been desperately needed for quite a while. So we are comfortable that that will be in place long before we have World Cup or even any of our other big events that we have coming up.
That's our plan, is to have that deployed by the end of 25, calendar year 25.
Thank you.
Jacob?
Thank you for the update. My question is around the rider experience. It's the intersection of this and AFC 2.0. But just come next summer, the rider experience around payment, just to confirm, so they could use a separate, MARTA Breeze app to pay via mobile, if they want to pay via mobile.
That's right.
Will they also be able to use Bluetooth via their device come like next summer once we have AFC 2.0, or is it still going to be kind of the QR-based option?
So I'll respond to that, because that's not necessarily David's area. That's split off, even though it is customer technology, it's under the innovation area. Come next summer, individuals will be able to use what's called open payments. So approaching a fare gate, they will be able to use either a debit or credit directly at the gate, a virtual wallet. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. A virtual wallet, so having, as you would with your Kroger card or some other card, right, having funds on there and tapping directly at the gate. We are not expecting to use QR codes at that time, so this will be basically a tap and go feature.
Mr. Frierson.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I'm glad to hear that we're going to own this after it's all said and done, and we'll be able to continue management. But how does is this also going to be integrated with the bus collection, the fare box collection on the buses, and so they'll be able to also pay as they get on the buses? How does that work? Is that in play as a part of this project implementation?
Yes, so that is one of the major integrations is going to be with the Breeze 2.0 or the AFC 2.0 system. So, we have an existing vendor in it that is providing the payment system that will cover the whole MARTA system, bus, train, on-demand, paratransit, and that will be embedded within this app. So, in it provides kind of all the back office functionality for managing passes and payments, and so this vendor will be integrating with that system, and it's something they have quite a bit of experience doing in other systems, kind of building customer-facing interfaces that interface with these fare payment systems. Okay. So anything that you can do regarding payment should be possible through the app. Buying passes, managing your wallet of passes, and then activating passes, and then actually paying on as you board a vehicle or enter a fare gate.
All right, seeing no more questions, I'll call for the vote. The resolution passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Paul Lopes is going to come forward and present a resolution authorizing the solicitation of proposals for the procurement of digital out-of-home in-tunnel advertising, RFP P50731.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let's see if I can. There we go. Let's start with a quick definition of what it is we're speaking about. So this is a unique advertising technology. It is a potential new non-revenue stream for MARTA. This is the primary reason behind pursuing this RFP. It's been adopted in Europe, Asia, and in Vancouver, Canada. It presents full motion to customers. It's unlike anything currently at MARTA. It's different than our current advertising contracts, which covers advertising in the stations. This is in the tunnels and doesn't compete or conflict with what we have currently in place. It is outside of station limits where trains are in motion. It is a centrally controlled system. It loads content in accordance with our advertising process and our advertising code. It does not interfere with trains, operations, and maintenance activities, and does not interfere with any of our systems, including SCADA or CIS. It's different than what we've had in the past. If any of you will recall, between 2001 and 2008, there was a concession with Submedia at Sandy Springs, a series of monitors, and they would flip and rotate as the train went by. This technology is 2 generations later. It's a series of small LED strips installed along a section of tunnel that functions with the train motion to provide better video and newer animation. So the purpose and scope of the RFP is to approach market for proposals from qualified companies, specifically to install, operate, and maintain a full proven turnkey media system There is a potential. We are going to ask to be able to take some of the advertising time and insert the voice of MARTA. So this is completely just video. There is no audio. What we mean by voice of MARTA is our own content. There's also potential to include digital art content as well. We're looking for a concession for 10 years, either directly or through options. So a series of 5-year options or 10 years with further options. And we're asking that prospective proponents must have a track record of complete system management and maintenance, all hardware, software installations, and O&M encompassing cybersecurity is what we're looking for them to prove that they've done and can do, as well as having proof of operations agreements with at least one other transit agency or similar sized organization. We specifically are looking for organizations that have, or concessionaires that have the capability to sell and manage advertising on in-tunnel systems once installed and operational. The key thing to note is a lot of provisions will be included in the RFP to ensure that the intervention and time needed to maintain the system is minimal. We're looking at maybe 1 to 2 interventions per year, and that way we can time them with ongoing maintenance work, not leading to any more delays, not leading to any more service perturbations or single tracking. We will include this work with planned work ahead of time. And with that, request board approval for the resolution authorizing the solicitation for digital out-of-home in-tunnel advertising, RFP 50731. Thank you, Chair Dredd.
Thank you very much, Paul. Entertain a motion and a second. It looks like we've already got them. Questions? Mr. Farson.
Yeah, you mentioned this type of advertisement in Europe. Is this also done over in Asia?
Yes.
Okay, because I remember traveling on the trains when I went to Shanghai, and I just didn't pay attention, but I saw the advertisement as we went through the tunnels. Is that what we're talking about? Advertising
That is
digital that runs through the tunnels?
You are correct, yeah.
Okay, so we're moving into that Minority Report.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't, hopefully not. It is, if we do get, qualified proponents to answer, and we do work towards a concession, it is a good revenue stream, and it's also wicked cool, as you mentioned.
It is. It's pretty cool. I didn't, and when you mentioned it and started talking about it, is when I realized what I was actually viewing. I just kind of took it for granted. But yeah, I think it's a great way to do something creative outside of what we would normally do. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Ms. Jones.
How long do you think it will take to get a return on the investment to install these units?
That's a good question. So the concession requires no capital investment on MARTA and no operational outlay on MARTA. It is a complete turnkey solution. So we're looking for concessionaires to install, design, build, operate, and finance the system for the length of the concession. The benefit to MARTA comes in terms of rent. So each different potential proponent will have their own economic model. It is driven by their internal costs as well as our level of ridership, our demographics, and the local mill rate for advertising. So with that, proponents will come in, run their economic model, determine feasibility, and then advise us on what the potential rent or income to MARTA will be. There is no outlay of capital or operating requirement, funds required of MARTA.
Seeing no more questions, I'll call for the vote. Resolution passes. Wicked cool coming soon to MARTA.
Hopefully, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Roy Del Stewart, Senior Director, Treasury Services, will come forward to present a resolution to modify the MARTA pool of authorized underwriting service providers pursuant to a review of the current provider pool.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Vice Chair Durrett, Ms. Allen, Mr. Hurley, members of the committee. My name is Roy Del Stewart. I serve as Senior Director of Treasury Services here at MARTA, and I'm here this morning to present recommendations for updating our pool of negotiated bond underwriters. So just for a little background, back in 2021, MARTA established a pool of underwriters for our negotiated bond transactions. This pool was created to provide us with a diverse group of firms to work with when we issue bonds or refinance existing debt. Now that we're in 2025 and a few years have passed, we've decided that it would be prudent to review the list and make sure it remains current with MARTA's needs and goals. So as a result of the review that we did, we identified a few firms that we believe should be removed because of inactivity in the market, and a few firms which we've identified should be added to our pool because of their capabilities and their interest in working with MARTA. So during our review, we considered each firm's success in the municipal bond underwriting market, their financial strength and stability, their commitment to MARTA, and their presence and engagement in our local market. So based on these criteria, we are recommending the following changes. So we're proposing 3 additions. That would be TD Securities. They're a well-known, respected national firm, and they're very active in the municipal bond market. Cabrera Capital Markets. They're a smaller firm that's been growing its footprint in public finance, and they've been proactively engaging with MARTA, bringing us good ideas. The 3rd addition that we're recommending is Cruz & Associates, another small firm but increasingly active, and they've demonstrated an interest in working with MARTA. These additions, we believe, will enhance our pool by bringing in firms that are aligned with MARTA's objectives and needs. As far as removals, there are 3 firms we are recommending for removal. That's Citi, which is a well-known national firm. However, they're no longer active in the muni bond market. UBS, another national firm. However, they have disbanded their muni bond underwriting team, so they've left the market. And lastly, Robert Baird. They're a smaller firm, but they haven't maintained ties with MARTA, haven't been engaged with us, and haven't really demonstrated an interest or commitment to working with us. So with these recommendations, the updated pool that we propose would look as follows. We think that this pool gives us a good balanced mix of national, mid-sized, and smaller tier firms. We think this diversity of firms is beneficial because different transactions call for different strengths depending on the scale or structure of the deal. And having this variety ensures we can select the right partner for each financing need we have. I would like to note that inclusion in the pool does not guarantee any work with MARTA. It only means that a firm may be considered for underwriting business. So with that, in closing, I would respectfully request that the Business Management Committee approve the resolution to modify MARTA's pool of authorized underwriting service providers. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion and a second to put this before the committee. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Beth?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just one question on the slide. You have an asterisk by, what is it, TD Securities, and it just says proposed additions to underwriter pool. What does that mean?
I'm just highlighting the new firms, so you'll see there's an asterisk next to TD, Cruz & Associates, and Cabrera. So those are the 3 that we'd like to add.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. No problem. And then how often do you all evaluate the pool?
So the last time we did this was 21, so I think we would seek to do it every, 3 to 5 years.
Seeing to comment, I'll call for the question. The resolution passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
In other matters, you all have in your packet a letter of intent to the MARTA Board of Directors to utilize the State of Georgia Technology Authority contract to procure Wi-Fi telecommunication services for MARTA buses, rail cars, and other equipment. So that's there for your information. And before I call the meeting to an end, I want to recognize that we have a celebrity in the room, at least a MARTA celebrity. Robbie Ash walked in earlier wearing a really dapper tie. Why don't you stand up and show everybody you're here to support us? There you go. Robbie, thank you for your service before. With no other business to come before this committee, I will adjourn the committee and we can prepare for the next committee meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Right. I'd like to call to order the July 25th, 2025 Planning and Capital Programs Committee meeting here at MARTA. We'll jump right into the agenda. The first agenda item is an approval of the June 26th, 2025 Planning and Capital Programs Committee meeting minutes. Is there a motion and a second on this? All right, see it's been moved in second. Any discussion? If none, please vote. All right, the resolution passes. On to the second agenda item. Today we have a briefing on Alternative Funding Committee. And Ms. Lori Sands from HNTB CFO Hurley will give the intro.
Yeah, I'll do a little introduction here. Thank you, Chair Zagabe, members of the Planning and Capital Program Committee, Ms. Allen and Ms. Rocha. I'm Kevin Hurley, CFO here at MARTA, but today I represent the MARTA Board Alternative Funding Ad Hoc Subcommittee. And I'm here with my fellow Alternative Funding Working Group members to share a presentation with the board highlighting the results of the alternative funding study. Mr. Durrett stole a little of my thunder here because I wanted to make some introductions, and with that I'd like to introduce the team that assisted, starting with former MARTA Board Chair Robbie Ash, if you could please stand up. And next to Mr. Ash we have Joe Young of Joe D. Young PC. And then my fellow presenters here, we have Lori Sand from HNTB and John Ernst, former mayor of Brookhaven. So they were integral parts of this working group, and they're here to support the study that we're presenting to you all today. I'm going to go through the agenda, and then I'll hand it off to Lori. As we know, public transportation faces increasing fiscal pressures, and the need for innovative and sustainable funding strategies have never been greater. The following alternative funding study, commissioned by the Board Ad Hoc Subcommittee, explores new financial tools and mechanisms that can support capital investment and strengthen operational capacity with an emphasis on aligning financial strategy and community benefit. The study provides a structured, evidence-based approach to evaluating and implementing supplemental funding and financing options. Study began with a comprehensive review of the current funding landscape and the challenges facing traditional transit revenue streams. The Alternative Funding Working Group conducted peer system reviews and reviewed case studies to provide insight into proven and emerging funding and financing practices. We then looked at the feasibility of these practices and the implementation options that we had to utilize based on a number of considerations, and Lori will share those considerations in detail. After the feasibility review of the implementation considerations, the use of a special service district, or SSD, was an option that rose to the top. The viability and flexibility of the use of the SSD led the team to next develop a model and apply it to examples of SSDs to determine real-world parcel data and service benefit mapping. The detailed financial model utilizes and tests project funding and applies the impact of various alternative strategies, including SSD. The team will also present model outputs to illustrate how the SSD options help form decision-making on the scalability and effectiveness of each funding option. And then to conclude, we'll provide some recommendations, actionable recommendations, to include a further legal review, educational and engagement strategies with our jurisdictions and MARTA internal staff, and identifying policy considerations and a project evaluation framework. And with that, I'll hand the floor off to Lori Sand.
Thank you. I feel like Kevin stole a lot of my thunder. So we did start with the peer system and case study review. And we initially started just with looking at peer systems and how they were structured in terms of their funding and financing mechanisms that they commonly use. We looked at the ones up on the screen. We also did SANDAG as a sort of a regional comparison. But what we quickly found was that the system level funding and financing structures are pretty standard. But when you look at specific projects, that's when you get into some of the more innovative funding and financing mechanisms. So we actually took a deeper look at specific case studies. And we were tasked with identifying up to 8 funding and financing strategies. We found quite a few unique and interesting funding sources of revenue in some of these case studies, but they weren't particularly applicable either in the state of Georgia or specifically with MARTA. So we landed on 3 funding sources: state allocations, or 4, sorry, state allocations, motor fuel sales tax, and SSDs and tax allocation districts. And then for financing, we looked at Garvey, TIFIA, and P3. So you can see this just gives you a sense of where we found each of these across our case studies and our peer systems. And so then I'll go into some of the more specifics. So the implementation considerations, we have these funding and financing mechanisms, which are applicable, and how do we need to look in terms of narrowing them down to what might work best here at MARTA. And so we developed with the committee these screening metrics for applicability in Georgia: equity and cost burden. I'll run through these really quickly. We also did, we had a lot of conversation and did a pretty deep analysis on their applicability in each of these areas. But just to give you a visual representation of that, green is it's applicable, we can do it, it's implementable. Yellow, there might be some steps that need to be taken, and red, there's some significant challenges. So equity and cost burden, that just looks at who's paying for it and who's benefiting from it. So it's pretty simple. There's definitely, because transit is a network, and SSD is a district, you can definitely see benefits beyond districts. And so that's one of the things to consider. Yield is simply that. How much revenue will it generate, and is it enough? Legality, can you legally do it? Political acceptance, that's always a challenge across the country, so we need to consider that. Administrative, collection, and compliance costs, that speaks to if it's a new revenue source, do you have to implement a new system? Do you need to bring on people with specific expertise? Is there an additional cost burden to MARTA in order to manage and report out on a new revenue service? Revenue reliability and timing speaks to front end, or a steady stream of revenue, front end revenue, or sort of your on the end revenue source. Ease of implementation is just, they're pretty self-descriptive, but what are the steps that you need to do to get it implemented and taken care of? And then finally, one of the key components is it something that MARTA can do on its own? And you'll see that the majority of these are no's, that these are funding and financing sources that require some type of partnership. But from this chart, you can see how we got to taking a look at the Special Service District. This is a geographic district that's developed, and it's related to property tax and millage rates. So we did narrow in on the SSD. Again, it's not something that MARTA can implement. It's implemented by a local jurisdiction, so it would require that partnership between MARTA and the local jurisdiction. We do have a few SSD examples here in the metro area. The first one is the Atlanta Beltline that started as a tax allocation district. It was not generating the revenue anticipated, and so it's a good example of how you can layer these revenue sources as well. So it has an SSD layered on top that just applies to the multifamily development that came up around the Beltline after it was underway. The Brookhaven SSD is another more recent one, and you can see the results of that under construction now. Mayor Ernst, this was his baby. So one of the takeaways from that is the SSD does require that whatever is developed under that SSD has been approved through a planning process. So Brookhaven used their planning process, their comprehensive plans, transportation plans, things like that, in order to develop the projects. They had good cost estimates. They had gone through a very public process in terms of getting engagement around those projects. And so once all of that front-end work was done, the implementation of the district itself was pretty quick. And then we do have a third one. The Stitch now has an SSD, so that'll be a third example that we can keep an eye on. So since we narrowed down to focus in on the SSD, then we needed to develop some type of model in order to see how much revenue you could generate from that. And so our model assumptions, and you're going to see the outputs of those next, but the model assumptions were that we needed some level of project costs. What were we solving for? So we developed some capital and O&M assumptions. And then the rest are these other three are just a few of the policy decisions that could be made around implementing an SSD. So you've got to outline the geographic boundaries of the district. For our purposes, since we were doing BRT scenarios, we did a corridor, and we did 1.5 miles from the center line of that corridor. So it's a bigger buffer around the corridor area. You could do any kind of geographic boundary for this. Property classification is the next one. In our model, we chose to do all properties except those with a homestead exemption. You could narrow that down further. You could expand it. So there's flexibility there as well. And then the final one is we set the millage rate at 5 additional mills for our model. That can be, I don't believe there's a legal cap for a millage rate. There is certainly a political cap. So we wouldn't want to get too crazy. So the outputs, we have, again, our scenarios, we did 2 and thought it would be helpful to have some demographic statistics around those. So we have in scenario 1 a population of 117,000. The average age in both is 37. Median income differences, 102,000 in scenario 1, 55 in scenario 2, and then ethnicity. In scenario 1, the top 3 ethnicities are white, African American, and Asian, and in scenario 2, it's African American, white, and Hispanic Latino. And so you can see some of the comparisons in terms of these geographic areas of the scenarios. So the number of parcels, 12,000, not too far apart in both, but I think that the total assessed value jumps out at you. So in scenario 1, that total assessed value is 5.8 billion. In scenario 2, it's just under 1.6. And so then at 5 mills, each of these scenarios, scenario 1 is going to generate 29 million a year, at least for the first year, and then 5 mills at year 1 is just under 8. So you can see that that difference in terms of the amount of revenue that this SSD in each of these areas would generate. And so that's just a revenue, the revenue output is an input into the financial model, as Kevin mentioned. And so we want to run through quickly our assumptions around the financial model. These are out of MARTA's finance office. HNTB is not a municipal advisor, nor are any of our teaming partners for this, so we need to have a boundary in terms of what recommendations we are making and not making. So these are going to be, we're assuming authority bonds, and that revenue that you're bonding against is the SSD revenue, 30-year term, level debt service. The municipal market plus is the 5.3% interest rate, and then pretty standard coverage ratios, 45% of annual tax receipts, and then 10% of the prior year revenue. And then the cost of issuance is assumed to be the 0.5%. So these all came out of MARTA's finance office. And so we ran the revenue through a 30-year model. And for scenario 1, because we're not a municipal advisor, we can't say that you can cover, but you are likely to cover or support the debt issuance. So, and in scenario 1 at 5 mills, you're actually generating a little bit more revenue than you need, and so then there's some policy decisions around that. Do you reduce the mill rate? Do you reduce the geographic boundary? Do you reduce the category of properties that are involved? Or do you look at some other transit supportive investments that you might be able to make to enhance the project further? But at the end of the day, you end up with a little bit more than you need to fund scenario 1. Scenario 2, you do not, you're able to cover capital and operating, highly unlikely to support the debt issuance. And this is assuming no other funding sources. So this is just based on the SSD revenue. And so we wanted to consider if you brought in, perhaps you use the SSD funds to match FTA and you brought in some federal funding, what would that look like? And so we determined that a 10-year penalty, essentially, or a 10-year delay in the project would mirror the additional costs and the additional effort that's needed to get through all of the FTA requirements. Because again, if you're not using any federal funding, you can move a lot more quickly. And so that 10-year penalty essentially required a $300 million federal match, which is, I think for this project was close to just under 50% match, which is a little higher than what we're average seeing out of FTA at this time. So, and have been seeing over the last several years as well. So ultimately, there's still challenges in funding scenario 2 with the SSD. And again, you can look at expanding the geographic boundary. You can look at increasing mill rates. You can look at other things like that. But you do get into some challenges around SSD as a solution for scenario 2. And I think this does speak to that it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's certainly not a silver bullet, but it is a good tool to have in the toolbox in terms of a revenue source. And so, and Kevin mentioned these already, but our recommendations are around. We did not do a full legal review of this, so that would be highly recommended. And then engaging all of your jurisdictions and partners, because again, that would be a partnership between MARTA and a jurisdiction, and so getting them educated on this as a tool, setting expectations, and having those conversations so that all jurisdictions have the same information. Establishing a policy would be a critical piece of this to, again, to set standards and create consistency across how you're approaching the SSDs, an evaluation framework for what types of projects and what do they need to look like, how far along perhaps are they in planning, what are the cost estimates based on, any other metrics like that you would want to consistently apply to any project that you are considering. Especially around cost estimates, because you need to know, what those capital and operating costs are, so that you know how much revenue you need to generate, and then actually going through and assessing projects. MARTA has a lot of projects already, and are there ones in there that you could evaluate for this as a funding tool, and maybe move a project forward. And with that, I'm finished. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take any questions. First, I see Mr. Durrett.
Thank you, Lori. Can you help me understand how you picked the 37 and 39 year assessment periods for the two scenarios? Why were they different?
Oh, I thought they were both 30. They're both. Oh. Yeah, it's the difference between the federal. So using FTA funds, it's essentially a 10-year penalty.
No, I understand that's how you got to 47 in the second example of the second scenario. But for the first scenario, you model it out for 37 years or 39 years, and the second one 37 years. And I'm just wondering why you picked those. If you go back.
Can I jump in as they're looking at it? I think it might have to do with, it looks like all the funding sources go on for 30 years post day one operations. So I think it has to do with the construction. One of them starts in 2033, the other one starts in 2035. So it's, I think, 30 years post start of operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oops, sorry.
I had something else and it's gone. I might come back. Thank you.
All right, I see Chair Ide.
Sure, and I appreciate all of the work on this. I went through this with the City of Atlanta with the Beltline SSD, and it's complicated financially and it's complicated politically on, asking people to pay more tax. But to back up, since we haven't talked about this in a while, the big picture here is how could we bring more money to the table that we could bond against to have more immediate, near-term money to build more. And that with an SSD, sort of the concept, at least when we did it for the Beltline, was that there is some benefit to property owners when there's an investment of public dollars in the area. So sort of on the fairness of why would some people pay more tax than others, they're getting the benefit of whether it was the Beltline, whether it was, something that Brookhaven did, or here, of having, a capital project sooner to their area to do that. So I get the gist of that. With MARTA, if we decided we wanted to go this route, then it is a discussion with each of the taxing jurisdictions.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, this is not something that MARTA can implement on its own.
Okay. So, it may end up that we'd have to, from a policy perspective, decide, you know, are we going to, does everybody have to buy into doing this to some extent? Can it be jurisdiction by jurisdiction that we're going to create, you know, we would create the jurisdiction by jurisdiction, but are we going to do it if everybody's willing to do it? Are we only going to do it, you know, for people who are willing to do it, I guess? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those are the types of things that need to be considered in a policy, is how is MARTA going to approach this?
Yeah.
And what works for MARTA and what doesn't.
And then, not to ask you to do math on the spot, but or Kevin can do math on the spot.
Yeah.
My very back of the envelope is, you know, if there's $1 million property and there's a $5 million addition, that's maybe about $2,000 a year. Does that sound ballparkish? Of what kind of tax increase we're talking about for a property owner?
I believe $1 million would needs to be $500.
$500.
$500. The mill is one thousandth of the property time, so that's goes to 100.
Okay.
And it's on the assessed value,
It's
not
the 40% of the assessed value. Okay.
So you drop that, yeah. If it's $1 million property, goes to 400,000.
Okay.
And it's assessed on 400,000.
Gotcha. All right, this is why I asked the finance people to do the math instead of
Well, I'm a
me.
attorney, just happened to.
Yeah. So, you know, so it's real money for property owners, and that all depends on setting the mill rate. Is it 5 plus or minus? But it's, you know, but they are getting a benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, we had talked about this, is that MARTA becomes, instead of the agency of we don't have the money, this is you can go to your local jurisdictions and become the agency of we can do it. Here is the political pain that you would have to decide, but it would be solely on that jurisdiction. So if as folks come to you guys and say, hey, I really want this, I want this, you can say, well, here's a model. I can start this right now, as we know in transit terms and stuff like that. Do you want to build this? And so they would be the ones that decide, you know, that pain, what's fair, what's not fair. And then MARTA then becomes the agency that can start building it and getting it done.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Frierson?
Yeah, in your model here, you talk about the P3 as various funding possibilities in doing this. How does that work with the 3P partnership? Are they just the entity that you use to do some of the funding, or?
So P3s are, and I'm not a P3 expert, but they are structured agreements. If anybody else wants to jump in on P3s. They are structured agreements where, I mean, MARTA certainly has real estate that you could develop P3s around, but they are agreements between developers, public entities, and other private partners.
Okay.
So they could be, you could layer those together.
Mm-hmm.
You could do a P3 separately. You could layer them together. You could do a P3 with a tax allocation district. There's a lot of different ways that you can structure and organize that to the benefit of whatever it is you're trying to achieve.
Okay. And I think, because that leads into my next question, that is I guess it has to be communicated the benefits to the business community of these types of projects within their area.
Right.
And I think that's important, because then that way they can be able to have input in why we should consider, why they could pay more, and the benefits of it in the long term. All right? Okay.
Yes, yeah. There would be, as to your previous point, there's a benefit to the district and the properties in the district for the transit project that's built there.
And when you talk about doing this types of a program, you mentioned you can layer it. So if you have a TAD, you can also put an SSD over that and allow it to operate. And then you can, and it seems like what they did in Brookhaven is they did it in different places, right?
They set a geographic boundary for the SSD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I mean, SSD is also flexible, and John can certainly talk more about this in terms of value capture. So we talked about, the timing of the revenue, whether it's a front end or a later on timing. So value capture SSD is another way of capturing that property value increase. So that's going to come, that's revenue that's going to come later after the project has developed.
Okay.
So there, yeah, there's lots of options.
Like Lori said, a SSD, to be clear, does not have to be contiguous.
All right. Okay. So
So you can have it jump whatever there's multiple different layers of policy layers in terms of how you structure it. And what was the other question about?
well, I was just how.
So yes, you're talking about layering of the SSDs.
Yes.
You can, that's the great thing about SSD. You can layer multiple SSDs. You can do a standard SSD to start the construction, let's say. Then you could layer another SSD that would do a value capture that says, hey, we did this project. We're not going to, there's no tax on the value of the property now, but as the property goes up in value, you can put a millage rate on that. It's a smaller millage rate, but over time, you can get massive amounts of benefits to help the system. The standard thing, in the documentation, but, to give you an example, DeKalb County, when MARTA was started, the entire digest, I think, was $1.2 billion. The digest, if there was an SSD layered at the time of this, of a sales tax, and it was a value capture, and you went and you put a couple mils on it, DeKalb County digest, again, don't quote me exactly what it is, but it's in the ballpark of $43 billion. So all those years, if you just had a simple mill or two, all that revenue could have come in, and it's captured. And as we know, when you do a transit project, from all the studies that are out there, you're increasing the property values between 20 and 30% by just having that project. So it's a way to help, capture the value that the system actually is creating. But again, these are all policy issues working with the jurisdictions. And so it's not MARTA doing it. Yeah. It's MARTA saying, here's a thing, you want this. And so these are these policy things that, yourselves and a lot of other people over time are going to have to work through. But there's just, I could go on and on and on, as Lori knows, about ways to, how to solve it, how to get it done. So.
Okay, great. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lori.
All right. Thank you, and maybe just some final comments here. I really appreciate bringing this forward. I think of it very much as another tool in the toolkit, and we can use all the tools we can find as we think about expanding and growing and being a better agency and serving the public with our partners. So thank you. I just had one question, and I don't know if this came up in the research, but when you think about a transit system and SSDs, there's the period that the SSD is around. There's the building period, there's the period the SSD is around. You get it into operations, and the SSD ultimately, typically will sunset. We did 30 years for a lot of this post-operations. How have others thought about the operations post-sunset? Have they thought about that as a cost that they absorb within their operating budget? Have they thought of it as, keeping a smaller SSD around for operations? How have they thought about that?
So what we found was more the latter, that there was, there was an adjustment there, but you just kept the SSD going. I mean, they stay in perpetuity until they're removed. I think the bonding disallows them to be removed, but once that is all cleared out, then it's a political conversation, but it's maintaining some level of the district.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions on this matter? All right. Any other matters to bring before this committee? If not, this committee will be adjourned. Thank you.
The meeting of the Operations and Safety Committee to order. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the June 26, 2025 committee meeting. I will entertain a motion in a second. It has been moved and seconded. Please vote. There we go. Minutes are adopted. Did you mean to abstain? Oh, okay, got it. All right, minutes are adopted. The next item on the agenda is a resolution authorizing a modification and contractual authorization for license plate readers, RFP PP 50489. Lieutenant, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Worthy, Ms. Allen, Mr. Lopes, and members of the Operations and Safety Committee. My name is Ron Philistine. I am the commander of the Criminal Investigation Unit, MARTA Police Department. May I direct your attention to item number 2, which is the resolution authorizing modification and contractual services for flock license plate reader, RFPPP 50489. An overview of flock. It's an automated camera and software system that captured images of vehicle license plates. What it does, you can check it by tags, make, color, or any characteristic on that vehicle. And when it captures it, it time-stamped it, and also it has a geo tagged on it. The data is only accessible to users. Us, the department, we can create what we call a hot list. Hot lists such as stolen vehicles, vehicles that we might identify in crimes and other activities, bolos, missing persons. So we can use it in different ways. We currently have 20 devices that are installed throughout the authority. We made those decisions based on auto theft crimes, entering auto crimes, and the other crimes. That's how we made the decision where to deploy the 20 cameras that we currently have. And the list here is the stations and areas that they are in. What are the benefits of using flock? In 2021, we had a murder in 5 Points. The gentleman shot the person on the platform and called for a ride, and somebody picked them up. That was the lead that we had. We had that vehicle at that time. We contacted our partner agencies. They were able to capture that vehicle, and then Atlanta police were able to find a tag to their LPR system. And that's how we were able to have a breakthrough in that case. And with all that evidence, that led to a confession. So that's the benefits of using the system. Again, we're saying quick investigation tool. The hot list is very good. For example, we get notified when a stolen vehicle come into our system. So what we do, we'll deploy an officer there to either check the area to make sure, because normally what they do is what we call a dump and grab. They'll dump the stolen car to steal another one, or commit entering autos. So we'll have officers in that area just patrolling just to make sure that nothing happened. We will also have access to all our partner agencies that have flock camera system. So right now, flock there's about 3,400 cameras within the areas that we serve. So we will have access to them, not only LPRs, we'll have access to their video cameras. So in summary, basically we are modifying the term to extend the contract to additional 3 years. That is at $60,000 per year. We'll bring the total contract to $250,400. So at this time, we are requesting authorization to modify the contract to a 3-year term, and the total amount will be $250,400. At this time, I'll turn it over to you,
There
Mr.
we go.
Worthy.
That's the slide we're looking for.
Yes.
All right. I will entertain a motion in a second. It's been moved and seconded. I see some questions. Ms. Ide.
Yeah, I think this is a silly question, but these are all in parking lots of rail stations, or where are they located?
We have about 3 here at Lindbergh. So what we're trying to do is to capture anything that was, something was to happen here, we'll capture the tag. So we have 3 deployed here. We have 2 other ones deployed in the East Point area, Main Street. We've had some incidents where we felt that that was needed. So all the other systems are in stations and parking areas.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Durrett.
Are we, I think this is wonderful. Are we satisfied that we've got appropriate coverage right now and don't need to add additional flock, either video cameras or license plate readers? And this is just to extend the ability to use what's already out there in our system. Is that correct?
Yes, so what we did the placement in conjunction with other jurisdictions where cameras are placed. So that's how we were able to use the 20 that we have. I would love to have more than 20.
Yes, we do plan to expand. Obviously, budgetary restraints are a part of this.
Right.
But this, we use the data, the crime data that we receive every day, and we deploy this based on the crime data, not necessarily just a location.
Right.
So all 20 of those cameras are in areas that we feel are beneficial to MARTA based on crime data, and obviously we want to expand that as we move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Frierson.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So with all the data that you get from all the license plates that are read off these cameras, is that something that MARTA houses and that they keep for 90 days, 60 days? Is there a time period where the data is kind of purged?
That is the process, and Mr. Hunt, we went through the process. Yeah, we do keep them for statutory record-keeping time, yes.
Okay, okay. And it's also my understanding that Flock now is offering some video detection on these cameras now because we use them in our community, and I understand that they're moving in that direction. Right now, I understand that they read license plates, and they do a very good job of that, and also colors of vehicles, but the video piece would be helpful. Is that something that we considering with the cameras that we got now, or with some new service?
There's many, individuals that offer that service.
They do, all right.
Obviously, Flock will be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, this is integrated, all part of our real-time crime center. So you have Flock, you have our new Fusus. We're looking at some other technology that actually identifies people that are wanted, things like that, all going to be integrated at the same time. But as you mentioned, yes, Flock offers that. So does Genetech. So does Fusus. Okay. There's a lot of companies out there that offer this service. So, you know, we'll decide as we move forward with the budget and with what our resources are. Okay. On the best way to move forward. Okay. But it's an ongoing iteration. Each company has their way of doing things.
Okay. Well,
and just to add to that, we will have access to those cameras that other agencies have. So having the LPRs give us access to video cameras.
Great. I think it's a great camera system and that brings about security. Eyes in every places that we can have. It's great. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Please vote. The resolution is approved. Thanks, Lieutenant. Next item on the agenda is resolution authorizing the award of a contract for on-call snow and debris removal services, IFB B50589. Mr. Thomas.
Good morning, Chairman Worthy, Ms. Allen, Mr. Lopes, and members of the Operations and Safety Committee. My name is Sean Thomas. I'm the Director of Facilities, and if I may, I'd like to bring your attention to agenda item number 3. And this is a resolution authorizing award of contract IFB 50589 for which provides on-call snow and debris removal. So as an overview of today's key topics, I'll discuss the purpose, to provide a overview of the scope, some examples of the work performed to date, an award analysis, and a recommendation. Initially, this agreement was established as part of our preparation for winter weather events in 2012, and this was to help us provide additional resources to improve our response to various types of inclement weather incidents that will otherwise disrupt revenue service. However, in more recent years, this agreement has allowed us to be more proactive with respect to tree work and other inclement weather events that would disrupt revenue service. And those include work in our wayside alignment, overgrowth in some of our detention pond areas, and as well as addressing and clearing urban campsites beneath aerial structures and buildings throughout our property. So with respect to the scope, this agreement provides access to operators and specialized equipment such as knuckle boom cranes, front end loaders, dump trucks, snow plows, and sand spreaders. And as far as the work performed to date, some examples here are to the far left, the Westlake Detention Pond. This area is just to the east of the station, and it sits at a higher elevation than the track alignment, which has created some problems for us in the past. The image in the middle is beneath two aerial structures in the vicinity of Armour Yard, and it's just a few hundred yards away from where the urban campsite beneath the I-85 overpass, rather, which led to the bridge collapse a few years back. To the right, this is an image of Indian Creek Station and the heavily wooded area, which you see highlighted in yellow. Also sits at a higher elevation, and fallen trees and whatnot have been problematic for us in that area. So with respect to the award analysis, contract IFB 50589 was established with a 5-year base term. The single responsive and responsible bid that we received from Good Choice Expert Tree Services was for an amount of $997,500. And the DBE goal was established as 25%. However, this firm is a certified DBE, so we fully anticipate that it would reach 100%. In closing, the Office of Facilities requests authorization to award IFB 50589 to Good Choice Tree Expert Services for $997,500 for on-call snow and debris removal services. And I turn the floor back over to you, Chairman Worthy.
It has been moved and seconded. Any questions? Mr. Hunt?
Just one point of clarification, just blame it on the lawyer in me. The I-85 bridge collapse was not on MARTA property. It had nothing to do with the I-85 bridge collapse, just to be clear.
Thank you, counsel.
I can fully affirm that.
Dr. Bolton Harris.
So this was the only company that bidded that you got bids from, or is this an established company? I was just looking at it and seeing there was only one listed.
This was the only responsible bid that we received.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Zagabe?
Just one question. I see on the contract it says firm and fixed unit price. So just question is the structure of this like it's a $200,000 a year retainer, or is it if we don't call on them all year, is it $200,000 as a retainer?
No, sir. It's set up on unit prices and hourly rates for the different types of equipment and the operators required for those specific.
So that's the ceiling, and then it's fixed on a unit rate. All right, perfect. Thank you.
I guess my last question, I think I'm asking this on behalf of Ms. Powers too. We have two sons that would like to see the knuckle boom crane. Is that allowable?
Absolutely.
And it's my son's birthday today. So if that affects your answer.
As a fellow Leo, I would gladly make sure that we can help that young man celebrate properly.
All right, please vote. All right, the resolution passes. Mr. Thomas, your agenda item number 3.2, and that's a briefing on landscaping and green space improvements by station.
Sir, so if I may, I would like to bring your attention to agenda item 4, which is a briefing on the authority's landscaping and green space initiatives. So as a reminder, last month I presented a resolution to this committee to award a new authority-wide landscaping agreement. And today I'm here to take a deeper dive into some of the related landscaping initiatives. To expound further, kind of broke it out into these key topics, and I'll discuss the distribution of the work and give some examples of the different types of improvements that we've undertaken. And then I'll follow up with some examples of specific initiatives that we've taken. So for the purpose of the landscaping discussion today, we have 143 sites covering over 10 million square feet of green space incorporated into the agreement, which was presented last month. So the improvements themselves, we kind of broken out by different property types, such as stations, garages, detention ponds, off-site properties such as gap breakers and substations, as well as those broken out by geographic locations, which you see here, and some of those require specific types of landscaping services, and some have regulatory considerations as well. So in the interest of time, I really only focus on a few select sites, and the improvement types that we've kind of broken out to, of course, the routine landscaping, which includes other services such as soil samples, pruning, fertilizer, pesticides, and removal of vines and kudzu, and so on and so forth, as well as some of the larger scale landscape construction initiatives, which you may have seen some of those improvements as part of some of our station rehabilitation efforts, some of our parking lot pavement project, and some of the programs associated with that effort. And then for the other items, such as landscape enhancements, those are kind of more on more part of some of our operational enhancements. So for those, we chose to focus on some resolving issues related to some of the mature landscaping, some seasonal plantings, as well as hardscaping and drainage issues there. And the last example is some of the partnerships with some of the jurisdictions and some of the pathways and streetscapes that kind of transgress our property. So the first example here is of some landscape enhancements that were part of our preparation for the state of MARTA back in January, and included refreshing planter beds with some seasonal planting around the perimeter of the station, as well as some additional seasonal color and mulch in the platform areas. So this image is an example of one of the larger capital construction efforts, and it included a significant amount of landscaping design work in the vicinity of the new bridge, which you see in these images here, as well as some additional work in the platform area and bus loop areas around the other sections of the station. College Park Station, the landscape improvements that you see here were kind of a combination of capital improvement work that was done under the station rehabilitation improvements, as well as the parking lot pavement work that took place there, and it covered a sizable footprint considering the planter beds along Main Street, both the north and south bus loops, to include some of the wayside areas and numerous landscape islands scattered throughout the parking lot, which you see to the bottom left. And it also kind of goes without mentioning that this is one of the largest patron parking lots that we have in the system here. So this image is of the Avondale Rail Yard, and our intent here was to refresh Memorial Garden, which was initially installed in the early 2000s, and you can see the memorial plaque to the bottom left, which was replaced with the memorial plaque that you see to the far right. And some other improvements here included rebuilding the retaining wall, which you see in the center picture, as well as doing some seasonal planning and some other improvements to improve the landscape, erosion, and so forth that took place at that slope that you can see to the right of that image. This final initiative shown here is a shared street level plaza just above the Lenox Station bus loop, which also included significant waterproofing. You can see some images of the concrete pavers to the top right and the bottom, as well as benches and a refresh of the planters throughout the area. And just beyond the concrete wall to the top left is the path 400, which travels along East Paces Ferry right there. And these are specific initiatives that we have completed thus far, and there are similar communal improvements underway near Ashby Station, Brookhaven Station, and Decatur stations, to name a few. This concludes my presentation. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I turn the floor back over to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Appreciate that, especially after some questions generated, I think, at last month's meeting when we were reauthorizing a contract on this topic. Any questions for Mr. Thomas? Hearing none. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is a briefing on the Georgia Power streetcar closure. Mr. Hecht.
Good morning, board members. Today's briefing will be brief and is an update on information provided to the board on June 12th. As a refresher, Georgia Power has underground lines housing electrical lines that feed power to various buildings in downtown. Georgia Power has determined that these lines need urgent repair, and the location of the lines requires a closure of lanes between Cortland and Peachtree Center along the streetcar rail alignment. The new information today is that Georgia Power and MARTA have agreed to a construction start date of September 8th, 2025. This is after our Labor Day weekend events downtown. Again, this closure will last approximately 3 to 4 months. Here's a quick view of the streetcar track alignment. The location of the Georgia Power repair location is in the upper red box. And here's a more detailed view of the lane closure between Cortland Street and Peachtree Center. This is where they will shut down one lane of traffic, and due to the weight of the streetcars, when they do the excavation, they can't have the streetcars running next to the open pits. As discussed, the start of the track closure will be September 8th. MARTA is planning other streetcar work to coincide with the closure, including catenary inspection and repair, track inspection and maintenance, tree trimming, station refurbishment and repair, heavy cleaning of the alignment, signage updates, and vehicle repair and updates to the streetcar fleet of Siemens vehicles. Additionally, MARTA is working with partner agencies for other work that may be completed along the alignment, including ATL DOT with resurfacing and paving programs near the trackway and Atlanta watershed. Last slide. We are currently in document review with Georgia Power, reviewing their construction plans, documents, drawings, and project schedules. This kicked off earlier in July. We continue coordination with partner agencies I discussed earlier. MARTA's finalizing our continuity of service plans using the streetcar shuttle vehicles shown in the picture here. We have draft signage ready for our stations and final approval for printing, and all safety, construction, permitting, and environmental reviews are underway. A big focus from here is customer outreach, where we will tell our customers that service is not suspended, the vehicle type simply changes, and you can still travel along the streetcar alignment, and we will serve every stop. Thank you, and I will take any questions you have.
That was indeed very brief. Thank you. Ms. Odd.
Thank you for the briefing, and I don't know the best person to answer this question of how will we handle fare collection with the shuttle system?
That's a great question. On these vehicles, we've tasked the engineering team with exploring putting like temporary fare boxes in these so that we can still collect. The off-board fare collection that the operators will be checking the fare provided and checking people's passes. So that we're installing the equipment needed right now.
Okay, that's great. Some board members and I took a tour of the streetcar operations a couple of weeks ago, maybe the beginning of the summer, and it seems like fare collection with the streetcar system in general is a bit of a challenge. Are we going to be doing anything in this interim to address fare collection?
So as you know, as Daniel mentioned, we're going to collect on the vehicles. However, we're pausing any work on, addressing kind of the equipment for fare collection because it's going to be part of our new AFC system, which in this fall you'll start to see us work on that, anyways.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Heck. The only other item before the board is May KPIs, which is in your packet for information only. And with no other matters to come before the Ops and Safety Committee, we will be adjourned.
Can I ask one
Sure.
question? Mr. Wright, when do you expect to be able to offer the first briefing about our bus consulting contract and when that work is, I know the contract hasn't been in place for that long, but when do you think we'll get an update on that?
Good morning, and thank you for the question. The entity is on premises right now. In fact, on the 4th floor, they're holding meetings with leadership now on concepts and other deliverables that will be a part of the scope of this engagement. I would probably say give it another couple of months so we can get some traction in the divisions. And I would love to be able to come in here and report some quick wins.
Okay, awesome. So before the end of the year, we'll be hearing
I think that's
where you are.
reasonable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other matters? Then we'll be adjourned.
We will call this External Relations Committee meeting to order. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the May 22, 2025 External Relations Committee meeting? It's been moved. Can I get a second? Any discussion on the minutes? Nope. Please vote. Motion passes. Next, we will have a presentation from Mr. John Gordon, Director of Customer Engagement, regarding resolution authorizing a modification and contract authorization for professional services contract for homeless outreach L47029. Mr. Gordon, please, the floor is yours.
Good day, Chair Jones, Vice Chair Williamson, Ms. Allen, Mr. Parker, and members of the External Relations Committee. I'm John Gordon, Director of Customer Engagement in the Department of Customer Experience and Strategy. May I bring your attention to agenda item number 2, requesting a resolution authorizing modification of professional services contract for homeless outreach L47029. I'll begin this presentation with a quick history of the program. I'll also share information about the MARTA Hope contract. Then I'll focus on our accomplishments. Following that is a glimpse into the stories behind the statistics that we call the Chronicles of Hope. I'll then tell you about the challenges ahead. Finally, I'll cover key considerations, the reason I'm here. Next month, MARTA marks the 5th year of its contract with Hope Atlanta. Under the contract scope, Hope Atlanta provides us with case managers who are experienced in directly engaging people experiencing homelessness. The number of case managers has increased to 6 since the contract inception in 2020. They work 3 shifts to maximize coverage on rail, bus, parking lots, and other MARTA properties as needed, Monday through Friday, and on weekends. All case managers are equipped with police radios in case of emergencies, and they collaborate with MARTA police and field protective specialists as needed. For the past 5 years, the case managers have been consistently based at a dedicated office just outside the fare gates at 5 Point Station on the Peachtree side, which has been their space for client interviews and paperwork. Due to the 5 Point Transformation Project, these case managers will be relocated in an office at Ashby Station. As part of the contract in 2022, MARTA reserved 10 beds for people who are willing to accept services, 5 for men at Gateway Center and 5 for women at the Salvation Army. Although I won't play it now, I invite board members who want a deeper glimpse into the program to watch this moving video on MARTA's YouTube channel featuring our heroic work of case manager Gloria Woodard. We have solid evidence that demonstrates how this program is impacting people who are at risk on MARTA and seeking assistance. As of last month, approximately 5,700 people had accepted services from the case managers. That number includes roughly 1,600 people being sheltered through the program. Almost 100 people were reconnected with their families. Nearly 4,400 people were referred to other resources such as SNAP or the Social Security Administration. In addition, the MARTA Hope program has connected about 137 people to permitted housing, nearly 116 people to the Georgia Works Jobs program, and helped close to 239 homeless veterans receive the social services and other benefits for which they were eligible. Lastly, the MARTA Hope case managers again participated in the point-of-time homelessness survey conducted by Partners for Home in late January. Beyond the numbers, of course, are real people whose lives have been transformed for the better as a result of the program. On this slide is a story of Charles, a man who lost his home in 2024. Charles lived in MARTA stations, struggling with mental health. His turning point came when Gloria Woodard, a MARTA Hope case manager, found him. On March 14th, 2025, Charles moved into his own apartment. On this slide are two more anecdotes which keep us inspired and motivated every time we read them. Nearly half of the people our case managers have engaged reported mental health, alcohol, or substance abuse as a disabling condition. As we strive to improve this program, that's just one of several difficult challenges the case managers face. In addition to homelessness, the people they encounter often require extensive services and support that may not always be readily available or easily accessible. Another confounding challenge is the high incidences of people who are simply unwilling to accept shelter or other services for any number of reasons. This service resistance cohort of the population means that our refusal rate now hovers over 80%. Although we have earned some kudos for this program, we have also faced complaints from customers. For example, some customers mistakenly believe that when we respectfully engage a person that is experiencing homelessness, we're instead harassing them. Others become frustrated because they don't realize that MARTA has limited jurisdiction over a person experiencing homelessness who is camped at a bus shelter or a bus stop with their belongings. MARTA police can lawfully order that person to vacate the shelter, and case managers often accompany them to offer services they may choose to accept. However, if they refuse, that person may remain on public property or right-of-ways. Another daunting challenge is a lack of facilities that are accepting clients or walk-ins after 5 p.m. That hinders the ability of case managers to find shelter or other resources for people when shelters are full, making MARTA a preferable late-night option if they're seeking refuge. Finally, since case managers do not provide breeze cards when referring clients to services, there's no way to ensure clients reach their destination. That's especially challenging if the client has no money or if the facility is not on or near a MARTA line. Since the program began in 2020, MARTA has spent approximately $1.8 million on this contract. There is no DBE goal in place for this contract, and none is required under MARTA policy. To ensure continuity and consistency of services provided year to year, staff is seeking a 2-year extension of approximately $1.28 million when the contract expires in August. If this modification is approved, that will bring the total contract value to approximately $3.2 million. The modification of this contract has successfully completed the audit process, resulting in a fair and reasonable assessment. To address core challenges within the MARTA Hope program, we are diligently exploring expanded partnerships with entities such as Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the City of Atlanta, Partners for Home, and more. It is crucial to emphasize that, however, that these collective and collaborative efforts will augment rather than alter the established scope of services, ensuring our continued focus on, our continued focus on the service and what we're asking at hand. I'm sorry, I missed my spot. Someone is calling me on Teams. Apologize. Okay. To conclude my presentation, I respectfully request your approval of a resolution authorizing modification of professional services contract for homeless outreach L47029. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon, so much. We appreciate the presentation, and I just want to say what a great model this is, not only for the region, but actually for the country. There's been a motion and a second, and discussion on the motion. Mr. Worthy.
This may be for you or for Mr. Hunt. Did I hear you say there's court challenges to this program?
No. No, I didn't.
When you were speaking before the partnerships with the airport and Partners for Home.
Yeah, no, I was just stating that we're expanding our partnerships with, we're looking into expanding our partnerships with.
I completely heard something completely wrong. I'm sorry.
I think he said core.
Oh, core.
Mr. Durrett.
Hi, I fully support this. Very familiar with Georgia Works and others, and this is fantastic. Did I hear you say that the case managers that are out there are unable to provide a breeze card to assist folks that they're working with to help them get to where they need to go?
Correct. We do not, the case managers with MARTA Hope, they do not provide breeze cards to these individuals. They do refer individuals to places like Midtown Resources and things of that nature to receive a breeze card, but they do not on scene provide a breeze card to an individual.
John, I think as they engage individuals, as the case managers engage individuals on the system, they will accompany them to get services
That is
in that
correct.
moment. But we don't just simply hand out breeze cards to anyone who's not willing to engage with us and accept assistance. Now, these other entities that John mentions work with us in our transit assistance program, and they pay, and their responsibility or some of their mission is to provide transportation assistance for individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So we do partner with individuals to ensure that these folks can get what they need if there's a doctor's appointment or job, or they need to get to a program or some other instance. But we just don't have our case managers divvying out breeze cards on the system or tickets on the system.
Thank you.
We'd rather them accompany them to that.
Thank you for helping me understand that. I just, so you guys know, Georgia Works is the recipient of most of the breeze cards that we are given every month to distribute to others. So consider doing that yourselves.
Correct.
I think you answered my question, but so if they can't get to whatever services we're trying to help provide them, we can help them get there, and that's not a reason for them not to get there by riding the trains or the buses.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Ide.
The lawyer in me also thought that I heard that there were court challenges, not core challenges, so I'm glad to know that I misheard that. And I'd say this is a fantastic program. Hope Atlanta and my time with the city did phenomenal work, and there are many ways to try to address the issue of homelessness, but at the end of the day, I firmly believe this is the right one. It has to be an individual approach of a one-on-one conversation with somebody about what their needs are, what their challenges are, and it can be slow, and it can be time-consuming and can cost money. But I am fully supportive of expanding this contract because I think it's the only way to make permanent changes in people's lives. So thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you, Chair Ide. Dr. Bolton Harris.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Very important work as we continue to see increasing incidences of homelessness coming through. Is this contract going to increase the number of caseworkers to be able to work, or is it just going to be still the same 6 that you have?
Well, what we're asking for right now is to stay how it is, but we would love to look into increasing to more case managers and more opportunities for that as well.
And as far as the case managers, is there a high turnover as far as like staffing, or like the video you have for Gloria? The consistency, as people are refusing, if they see people are consistently there, it may make them more likely to trust and accept. Well,
no, we've had, as you know or may not know, Gloria has been with us since the inception of the MARTA Hope program, as well as since we have gone to the 6. Those same 6 have been with us the duration of the time, so there is no high turnover for these case managers.
Chair, do you have another question? Oh, no. Any other questions or discussion? Call to vote. All right, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll receive a briefing regarding media impressions from March to June and Club World Cup communications from Ms. Stephanie Fisher, Senior Director of Communications. Ms. Fisher?
Good morning, Chair Jones, Vice Chair Williamson, Ms. Allen, Mr. Parker, and members of the External Relations Committee. I'm Stephanie Fisher. I'm the Senior Director of Communications, and it is my pleasure to provide highlights of our media coverage from March through June and share our successful communications efforts during the recent Club World Cup. In March, we sent out 14 press releases, 4 of which provided information on upcoming public meetings to finalize the next-gen bus network. The findings of a MARTA commissioned assessment of the More MARTA Atlanta program captured headlines, as did reports that the mayor of Atlanta was using the findings of a city-commissioned audit of the same program as a reason to delay issuing construction permits for the 5 Points project. Also making news in March were the debut of our Project Snapshot tool that details all of our capital projects, and the announcement of our new C-Team leadership, Mr. Parker as Chief of Staff, Ms. Dawkins as Chief Administrative Officer, and Mr. Hunt as Chief Legal Counsel. The news items that made headlines in March were also popular social media posts, with the leadership announcement receiving a lot of positive engagement on LinkedIn. A reminder that we are also active on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Nextdoor. For the month of March, we had almost 500,000 impressions or views and over 31,000 engagements on social media, which is someone liking, sharing, or commenting on one of our posts. In April, the 5 Points Transformation Project dominated headlines as we began communicating our bus service impacts that would begin mid-May. Technological improvements to the system, including the launch of the new trip planner and the completion of upgrades to the parking payment systems at 9 rail stations, also received positive news coverage. We sent 12 press releases during the month, one of which encouraged people to let MARTA drive when the airport raised its parking fees. And this was a great opportunity for us to remind people about our inexpensive long-term parking and, of course, our direct rail service right into the airport. All of this good news was amplified on our social media platforms in April. Hang on a minute. There we go. All of this good news, as you'll see, was amplified on our social media platforms in April, with 5 Points project information being shared the most often. And this is intentional because we, of course, want to ensure that our customers see these important service impacts on all our platforms. We saw great engagement with a post we had when the FIFA president was in town and visited West End Station Soccer ahead of the Club World Cup. In April, our social media posts were viewed over 880,000 times and had over 40,000 engagements. The 5 Points Transformation Project continued to grab headlines in May as the date for the bus detours approached, and many of the 12 press releases sent out during the month had important service information. The story that received the most coverage, however, was the decision to rename Dome Station to the Sports, Entertainment, and Convention District Station, or SEC District Station. The bus network redesign remained in the news as we got closer to a board vote to finalize the network, and the Communication Department's proactive outreach touting the new MPD Real-Time Crime Center resulted in positive headlines about our continued focus on safety. Social media posts on all our platforms in May were viewed over 800,000 times. These are some of our most popular posts, and they included the reopening of the North-South Center platform at 5 Points after the installation of some new flooring, a great event at Decatur Station where the city announced plans for a Decatur Watch Fest during the World Cup next summer. We had a fun throwback post about a fare card from the 1980s, and a walk and talk reel showing customers how to catch their bus at 5 Points during the bus detours. We had a lot of big news to share in June, including the passage of the budget, which was an opportunity to highlight our North Star of clean, reliable service. We worked with bus operations to turn a leaked operator memo about fare evasion reporting into several positive stories about our efforts to improve operator safety. And with the Club World Cup matches 2 weeks into the month, the communications department shared service and safety information. Let MARTA Drive dominated our social media messaging in June as we encouraged people to take MARTA to the Club World Cup matches, Atlanta Streets Alive, and other summer events. Our posts were viewed close to 900,000 times, and almost 40,000 people liked, commented, or shared. One of the most popular posts used the holy airball trend. You may have seen it on TikTok or Instagram, which is someone boasting about an accomplishment after they're underestimated. It's sort of a humble brag. Well, we used it as an opportunity to brag about how taking MARTA to the airport is faster, safer, and cheaper than driving. In June and the first week of July, Atlanta hosted 6 Club World Cup matches, including a quarterfinal match between 2 of the best club teams in the world. And we saturated our communications platforms with messages of Let MARTA Drive. We began our Club World Cup communications 2 weeks out, sending 6 press releases and doing media interviews about our service and safety plans, assuring customers and stakeholders that MARTA was ready to welcome fans from around the world. Our communications also included information on how to download and use our apps and the new trip planner, where to park at stations and how to check parking availability, which stations have public restrooms and smart restrooms, the service impacts at 5 Points due to construction, how to reach customer services, and how to connect and engage with MARTA online and on social media. We did much of our communicating about Club World Cup on social media. We had 45 separate posts reaching close to 200,000 people. We created 15 reels or short videos to share on social media by partnering with micro-influencers and recruiting MARTA staff to create content, including posts in Spanish and French. The posts and reels had a high volume of engagement, being shared over 2,000 times and with almost 1,000 clicks linking to our Club World Cup landing page. Our communications efforts also included a post-event press release and social media video touting ridership and celebrating our service over 6 days. This media communications playbook, where we share the service and safety information pre-event and then celebrate our success post-event, will continue to be used for all upcoming large-scale events. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mr. Durrett?
Yeah, this isn't for you, Stephanie, but probably for you, Rhonda. I think we're talking about external relations, and I believe that it's important for us to make a statement soon about how we are working with Schindler and others to definitively determine what happened with the escalator situation and try to get away from the he said, she said sort of thing that's playing out right now. So I'm not asking you, to say what we're planning to do, but I think it's really important that we do something that people will understand and trust.
Yes, sir, and that is exactly our plan and what we're doing. So, again, that investigation, MARTA and Schindler are independently performing our, investigations, and again, we look at what can we do differently from an, internal to MARTA. There's also the mechanical, technical, making sure that everybody's comfortable regarding what happened and the condition of the equipment. And so, yes, we will come back to this body and share the results of those investigations soon.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you.
Any other matters for this body?
If we're done with this committee, I have one announcement, but
Yes.
if people have.
Well, meeting adjourned.
Okay. Yep. We have had 2 additional meetings noticed and scheduled for today. We had an ad hoc search committee meeting that was going to immediately follow this, and then at 12:30 we have a specially called full board meeting. The search committee has decided they do not need to meet today, so there will not be. We're going to cancel that meeting, but we do have a specially called board meeting at 12:30 today. We cannot move the timing up, unfortunately, because it was noticed to the public for 12:30. So we're going to have an hour break, and then we will all be back here, hopefully, if people's schedules allow, for our specially called board meeting at 12:30. Thank you. I'm going to call to order the specially called meeting of the Board of Directors of MARTA. Today's Thursday, July 24th, 2025. It's 1:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. I'm so sorry. It is 12:30 p.m. And we have a quorum here today. Ms. Pollock and Mr. Pond had a previously scheduled travel today, so they're not with us, but we have the rest of the board here today. We will begin with public comment. Mr. Hunt, did we receive any public comment via email or voicemail?
We did not, Chair.
Okay. And do we have anybody who has signed up to give public comment in person? No, we do not. Okay. Then our next item on the agenda is a report from the Ad Hoc Search Committee. The Ad Hoc Search Committee's report involves a personnel matter, and so may I have a motion to go into executive session? All right. A motion by Ms. Hardage, a second by Ms. Powers. Everybody in favor of executive session, please raise your hand. All right, whoever's taking minutes, did you get that? That's unanimous. So we will go into executive session, and I'm going to ask everybody but our legal counsel to exit the room. MARTA. As people know from last week, we named as our acting general manager, Ms. Rhonda Allen, who's sitting here next to me. The board has full confidence in Ms. Allen to continue as our acting general manager. She's been with MARTA almost 26 years and is doing a superb job. We are taking the search for both an interim GM and a permanent GM seriously. We have heard from the community, we've heard from our appointing jurisdictions, we've heard from business leaders, the concerns that people have about MARTA right now, and whether those are the state of capital projects, whether those are daily operations, or whether those are being prepared to greet the world in 11 months here for the World Cup. We know that MARTA is under a microscope and that we need to do better than we have done in many of those areas. So we value the input from the community. We, we want to get the right person in place. And so we're going to take another couple of weeks to complete this process of determining who our interim general manager will be. We want to make sure it is somebody who's trusted and respected by the community, that has good relationships with all of the jurisdictions, that understands the concerns of the business community, and that understands the importance of the large events that we're having, not just the FIFA World Cup, but we have many other big events that are coming there also. So as far as sort of where the board is going from here, we do intend to appoint an interim general manager. We also intend to, in the next few weeks, in August, next month, to start the search process for a permanent general manager. We'll be making a selection of a search firm and moving forward with that process. We understand the urgency that many of our stakeholders feel for getting leadership in place, and we feel that also. We as a board recognize where we could be doing better, and so it is our commitment to you all as the writing public, as the appointing jurisdictions, as people who own property, run businesses in the city of Atlanta, that we're going to get the right person in place, and we're going to turn the ship and become one of the best performing transit agencies in the United States, and that is our commitment to you all. So thank you for your patience today. For those of you that were waiting to come out of this meeting, we will be meeting in August, probably at our regularly scheduled time. If there is a specially called meeting, we will specially call it and let you know when and where it's going to be. But until that time, if anybody has concerns, please feel free to reach out to me, reach out to Ms. Allen, and we all continue our commitment to the system. Thank you today. Yes. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Worthy, second by Ms. Hartage. Everybody in favor of adjournment?